The Senate will come to order. The senators will take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privileges of the floor will retire to the gallery. Good morning, senators. Good morning. The senators and those in attendance, if you are able, please rise. We will be led in prayer this morning by the Reverend Zachary D. Obey of Love Outreach Tabernacle in Petersburg. Following the prayer, if everyone will please remain standing, and we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Marianne Horsch, our Senior Systems Analyst and Sergeant at Arms in our Senate Clerk's office.
Divine Creator, as we assemble once more in this esteemed chamber, we turn our hearts towards you in reverence and humility. We acknowledge your presence amongst us, and we seek your guidance as we embark on this noble task of governance. Eternal God, in your infinite wisdom, you have called us to serve the people of Virginia with integrity and with compassion. Grant us the strength to uphold the values of justice, mercy, and righteousness in all of our endeavors. May your spirit of unity and understanding pervade these halls, bridging any divides and fostering a spirit of cooperation and goodwill among us. Help us to listen with open hearts, to speak with wisdom and clarity, and to act with grace and integrity. Bless our efforts, O Lord, that we may reflect your love and your wisdom. May our decisions honor the dignity of every person and contribute to the flourishing of the beloved Commonwealth. In your holy name, we pray this prayer, trusting in your guidance and grace. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those present, please vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Madam President. Senate Journal for Saturday, March the 9th, 2024.
The senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All those in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the House of Delegates.
We do not have any, Madam President.
The clerk will report any communications from the governor.
We do not have any, Madam President.
We have arrived at the time in our morning hour when we will know who all of you beautiful people are. And the normal procedure is your senator will stand and they will tell us about you and your organization. And if you will rise at that time, but hold your applause until after I have officially welcomed you. And so with that, I do call on the senator from Petersburg, Senator Aird.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam President.
Good afternoon.
I rise for an introduction.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Today offering the prayer is Pastor Zachary D. Obey, and I'd ask that he please stand. He is the founder and senior pastor of Love Outreach Tabernacle of Petersburg, Virginia. Pastor Obey fosters a spirit-filled, Christ-centered Bible-teaching church whose mission is reaching the lost with love. Pastor Obey reaches his community using an intersectional commitment to meet those where they are by crossing denominational, racial, and cultural barriers. His commitment to his community is truly admirable. Pastor Obey received his Bachelor's of Psychology from Virginia State University, attended All Saints Bible College receiving a certificate in theology, and now pursues his master's degree in child psychology and religious studies. Throughout the years, Pastor Obey has served his home church as assistant pastor, teacher, and youth department leader, and has committed himself to enhancing the lives of his neighbors through introducing them to Christ. I can say more, but I will close by saying it is an honor to have Pastor Obey as our guest today, and I hope you will join me in welcoming him to his Senate.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you so very much, Pastor, for coming. And thank you for all the sacrifices you are surely making in your community. We're very grateful. Senators, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Senator Durant, the senator from Fredericksburg.
Yeah, Madam President, I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, in the gallery today are members of the Mayflower Homeschool Group. I ask that they rise. Wonderful. Madam President, they are Roman Catholic multi-chapter support group for families across Virginia. And led by Mr. Young Kim, these members have traveled to our capital to learn more about the General Assembly and its history and to observe the legislative process firsthand. I hope you will join me in extending them a warm Senate welcome.
Well, good afternoon to you, and we love to hear the babies as they cry to us about tending to their future. We're so glad to see you young people, and one day, in agreement, yes, and one day, I'm sure one of you, if not quite a few of you, will be here in our stead, keeping the torch going. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Salim, the senator from Central Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise for an introduction.
The senator may say on.
Thank you, Madam President. In the gallery, we have the Yemeni American community from Richmond, Virginia, is my understanding. I just want to, introduce them in the gallery and note that Yemen Americans have migrated to America since the 1800s. And it just happens to be, Virginia happens to be one of the regions where they're heavily populated, and we want to welcome them to the Senate.
If you are here, please rise. I think they might be over in the other body, but nevertheless, we will thank them for coming, and we do thank them for all that they do to contribute to the great fabric that makes up America's quilt. And so let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate for posterity. Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to call to your attention in the gallery leaders from two groups, both from Stop the Arena and Don't Mute D.C. They're appreciative for all the senators who listened to them and considered their concerns during this past session. And they're joining us today from Alexandria with some from D.C. as well. Thank you.
We thank you for coming, and we thank you for lending your voice to the legislative process, indeed. And senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Boysko, the senator from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Today, I ask you to welcome my constituents, Dan Dukes and Tara Woodruff. They are here with us. Dan is a disabled veteran, and his wife, Tara, is pursuing her nurse practitioner degree using the tuition waiver benefits from the Virginia Military Survivors Independent Education Program. They are here with a group of others who are friends of VMSDEP. We should be aware that April is the month of the military child, and today is Purple Up for Military Kids Day. It's set aside for everyone around the nation to show their support for military-connected students. People wear purple to show support for our military students and appreciation for their strength and sacrifices, and I ask that you give them a warm Senate welcome and thank them for their service and sacrifice.
Yes, Dan, Tara, and company, thank you very much for coming. And even though we are not wearing purple, certainly you know that we stand with you. And as a disabled veteran, we are so grateful for the sacrifice that you gave. And Tara, we are grateful you are going into the medical field because we certainly are in need of more medical personnel. Thank you very much. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for a few announcements.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And by the way, good afternoon, Madam President.
Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senate, I have a couple procedural things I just want to go over with everybody before we start the action today. First of all, clerks asked me to remind everybody that we cannot accept any types of legislation today, even memorial and commending resolutions during the reconvened session. That's not permitted by the Constitution. The second thing is, each of you should have in front of you a pink sheet of paper which has the appropriate way to word your motions today. I would ask that everybody stick to the proper wording so that we're all on the same page about exactly what you're asking us to do. The one other thing that's not on the sheet, which I would just direct everybody to, is if I think there's a lot of vetoes today that we're probably not going to take a vote on or debate. And I think we could move this along quickly if we didn't debate every single one of them. And I would suggest that the proper way to probably deal with that, if you don't want to debate, is just ask that the bill go by for the day instead of making a motion and having discussion about it. The third thing is that on Senate bills, the Senate patrons are the ones that are supposed to make the motions on the Senate bills. And on House bills that come through, the committee chairs or the chief patron of the Senate cognate is the one who should make the motions on the House bills. The fourth thing, when the House bills come through, finally, whenever they do happen to show up, the clerk staff's going to need about 10 minutes to get things set up in the computers and everything. We don't know exactly which bills are going to come through and which aren't. And they have to be communicated. So be aware. I would not be surprised if we have some start and stop today to deal with those kinds of things. The last thing is that the Senate clerks are going to be, or folks up the desk here, are going to be communicating our actions in batches. So if there's any possibility you're thinking about reconsidering something, you need to make sure that that gets known to staff so that the bill isn't communicated before you have a chance to make your reconsideration motion. So please keep that in mind if there's anything that needs to be reconsidered so we can have a smooth day today. And with that, I hope we can get out of here promptly and quickly. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there any other business for the morning hour? Hearing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Wednesday, April 17, 2024. Senate bills with governor's recommendations. Senate Bill 12.
Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Madam President, I move that the governor's recommendations be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. What the governor has done is he's added a clarification statement to Senate Bill 12, which the underlying bill has to do with child advocacy centers. The governor removed the citation from the National Children's Alliance and instead put language in that would allow any accrediting agency or an agency that did training for those who do forensic interviews on children to be acknowledged in the statute. And that is the extent of the governor's recommendations. His office did reach out. We worked together on these changes, and they are acceptable to me and to the House patron. Again, I renew my motion that we agree to the governor's recommendations.
The question is, shall the Senate agree to the governor's recommendations on Senate Bill 12? All those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs with the governor's recommendations.
Senate Bill 34.
Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Madam President, Madam President, I move that the governor's recommendation to Senate Bill 34 be agreed to, and speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Senate Bill 34, the adopted language is the result of amendments offered by DBHDS to clarify orientation requirements for certified evaluators and to align those expectations to certified evaluators for CSB pre-screeners. And the substance of the bill remains the same, and it simply simplifies and improves the process for TDO evaluations at the state's only psychiatric emergency department. And with that, I again renew the motion to accept the governor's recommendations.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations on SB 34 be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 35.
Again, Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the governor's recommendation to Senate Bill 35 be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, Virginia's pregnancy-associated maternal mortality rate more than doubled between 2018 and 2020, from 37.1 deaths to 86.6 deaths per 100,000, and that Black women continue to experience higher rates of deaths compared to their white counterparts is notable within that rate. We have to do more than just be aware of racial disparities in maternal mortality and morbidity. We have to act. The governor's amendment to the governor's substitute to Senate Bill 35 turns a periodic evidence-based training with an evaluation component to a one-time training addressing maternal health care. In other words, the language regarding unconscious bias and cultural competency is removed from the bill and simply moves to checking a box, and the learning regarding unconscious bias and cultural competency is removed, and an individual simply has to take a minimal amount of training and, again, just check a box. The original bill is a product of over 5 years of negotiations, compromises, research, and consultation with experts, community members, medical professionals, religious leaders, and countless others. It's a strong step in the right direction. We all have biases, conscious and unconscious. The unconscious biases among medical professionals lead to death and poor health outcomes for patients. This bill is not about partisanship or ideology. It is about ensuring better health care outcomes for patients, mothers, and their babies. Therefore, Madam President, I again move that with the recommendation that it be rejected, the governor's substitute be agreed to.
The question is, with the recommendation that the governor's recommendations be rejected, shall the Senate agree? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 22.
Ayes 18, noes 22. The governor's recommendations are not agreed to.
Senate Bill 100.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Can that bill go by for the day?
Without objection, Senate Bill 100 goes by for the day.
Senate Bill 104.
Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 104 be agreed to.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, what the governor's action does, it changes requirements for the Department of Education to conduct a review of teacher compensation from a biennium review to an annual review. It also removes the methodology for calculating the national and state average and the requirements to appropriate the amount needed to reach the national average. And with that, Madam President, again, I move that the recommendation be rejected. That the recommendation be rejected. I move that the governor's recommendation be agreed to.
The question is, with a recommendation that it be rejected, shall the Senate adopt the governor's amendments? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
Senate Bill 105.
Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the governor's recommendation to Senate Bill 105 be agreed to.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, what the governor's recommendations does is transitions the at-risk student proxy from the free lunch percentage to identified students percentage for all direct aid accounts and funding formulas, and it eliminates the standards of quality prevention, intervention, and remediation programs and related staffing standards on direct aid and school division funding. Yes, Madam President, I want to restate the motion that with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the governor's recommendation to Senate Bill 105 be agreed to.
The question is, with the recommendation it be rejected, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
Senate Bill 119.
Again, Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you again, Madam President. Madam President, with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the governor's recommendation to Senate Bill 119 be agreed to.
The senator may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, what the action does, it adds a reenactment clause and directs the Secretary of Health and Human Resources to convene a work group to study the 340B program. And so with that, Madam President, again, with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the governor's recommendation to Senate Bill 119 be agreed to.
The senator from Botetourt, Senator Head.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the governor's amendments.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. With all due respect here to my colleague, Senator Lucas, I'm going to ask that the Senate accept the governor's amendments for Senate Bill 119. I mean, I recognize that when the bill came through the Senate back in early February, there was broad support for this bill. But since that time, there's been some new information that has surfaced, and the governor took that into account when proposing these amendments, and I wanted to share some of that with you. First, there have been multiple news outlets that have reported that the federal 340B drug program is potentially being leveraged by non-U.S. citizens for fraud. This program was initially meant to fund facilities that care for low-income patients. but there have been some concerns raised that instead of serving individuals in economically distressed areas, the funds are going in other ways. Also, before this program is expanded in Virginia, the prudent public policy should be to examine the issues around the 340B program and determine if Medicaid dollars are going to non-Medicaid eligible populations, among other topics. The other issue that we didn't hear about is that the Department of Health Professions has raised some concerns. They are concerned about the undetermined fiscal impact and no additional funding to conduct investigations if a contract pharmacy indicates that they are not receiving 340 medications. Additionally, they don't have the staff to or any clear direction on how the process would work. And finally, there's not any due process for a manufacturer to appeal against an allegation of non-delivery of these drugs. So some form of due process should be in place before an entire product becomes unavailable in the Commonwealth. And so with that, again, I would just ask that we support the governor's recommendations.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
Senate Bill 142.
The senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Mulcahy.
Madam President, I move that the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 142 be agreed to. And speaking to that,
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, the bill is part of continued efforts to decrease barriers to the classroom for high-quality teaching candidates and empower superintendents with additional hiring tools to address regional local teacher shortages in the Commonwealth. The governor's proposed amendment provides greater clarity by specifying that local school divisions and superintendents can select and hire a teaching candidate as stipulated in the bill qualifications, but the Board of Education issued the physical license. The clarifying amendment ensures consistency with all other teaching licenses in the Commonwealth. The department will be able to add local eligibility license to their teacher licensure system and fast-track candidates the local school division selects, but the powers to issue the license remains with the board. Additionally, the final bill language as passed references both renewable and non-renewable license. Because this licensure is unique to a local school division and requires evaluations and monitoring of the candidate, the amendment language ensures quality candidates who may need a little extra time to complete their coursework and not inadvertently deny the opportunity to keep teaching. I hope it is the will of this body to vote yes on the amendment to ensure this great bill can be utilized by divisions across the Commonwealth to fill classrooms and strengthen our teacher pipeline.
The senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak to ask that my colleagues reject the amendments and speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. It's truly unfortunate that the governor and the administration added amendments to this particular piece of legislation. The legislation that came out of the two chambers was carefully negotiated. After a lengthy process, there was agreement reached by all stakeholders, and it required a great deal of consideration on the part of committee members, as well as the patron, as well as all the numerous stakeholders. And unfortunately, the amendments that the governor has added now to the legislation poses a serious threat to public education and to our students. The amendments would permanently reform the qualifications that are needed to become a licensed teacher and to allow for superintendents to continually provide provisional licenses to individuals who have no training and no background in education. And that is a serious concern for all who are focused on making sure that our students receive the best education in the classroom. This transforms the field of teachers in the state to the point that many of them would no longer have any formal training or seek it in the future, and it prevents our teachers who are serious about working within this profession from actually gaining a formal contract and the requisite protections and retirement benefits that are critical for them over the course of their careers. So, Madam President, I renew my motion that we reject the governor's amendments. Thank you.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations on Senate Bill 142? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The Senate does not accept the governor's recommendations.
Senate Bill 188.
The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that the amendments be rejected, I move that the governor's recommendations be agreed to.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 188, which give governing bodies the authority to change its charter and create an ordinance to change its charter within its boundaries, whatever the governing body so heavily legislates over. And that's basically the crux of the bill. And with that, I renew my motion that the governor's, that the recommendation that it be rejected, that the governor's, and I move that the governor's recommendation be agreed to.
The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeSteph.
Madam President, with no harm or disrespect to my colleague, I would like to agree to the governor's amendments in speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, there's currently active lawsuits involved in this, and I believe that if we rejected the governor's amendment, which simply says, let's push this till next year and vote on it next year, hopefully after those lawsuits would be settled, that I believe that we would not want to have an impact on that current lawsuits. And Madam President, with that, I move that we would accept the governor's amendment. Thank you.
Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. And I respect my senior senator from Virginia Beach, but Madam President, I must respectfully ask this body to, again, reject the recommendations from the governor's office. Understand that there are lawsuits already, but these are what we can consider frivolous lawsuits. Is what happens when they want to delay the inevitable. I will speak to this again on SB 189 that comes after this bill. But essentially what happened already is that the Virginia Beach City elections was already, they had an elections on the new district system, matter of fact. And so for federal courts, instilled the new district system that was appealed by the city to the tunes of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money. It was upheld in the Fourth Circuit courts. Not only that, the AG office pre-cleared the elections prior to the 2023 election. Over 81% of the people of Virginia Beach supports this measure. And so, again, I would ask that we reject this governor's recommendation.
With a recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 21.
Ayes 18, noes 21. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
Senate Bill 189.
Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that with the recommendation that the governor, that it be rejected, I move that the governor's recommendations to SB 189 be agreed to.
The senator has the floor.
Motion. Thank you, Madam President. As I was explaining just previously, when it comes to this, SB 189 is a charter change bill. The charter change basically is the last piece of the puzzle. As I just stated on SB 188, the federal courts instituted district voting in the city of Virginia Beach, which the city of Virginia Beach tried to appeal. The Fourth Circuit of Court of Appeals upheld that as already. Over 81% of the citizens, residents in Virginia Beach supports this measure. A supermajority of city council supports this measure. In fact, only one member of city council voted against it. We have 11-person city council, so it was 10-1 that supports this charter change. And again, this brings us into an alignment with the Voting Rights Act of Virginia already. And so this measure was just delayed and inevitable. One of the frivolous lawsuits that was filed that the senator from Virginia Beach was speaking to was already thrown out in federal courts. There is another one pending. We expect that to be thrown out as well. And this, all that happens is you keep delaying the inevitable. And this is the last piece of the puzzle when it comes to aligning the city charter with state code and what the federal courts are already implemented in the city of Virginia Beach. Thank you.
The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStaff.
Madam President, with no disrespect to my colleague, I would like to agree with the governor's amendments and just follow with whether the lawsuits are frivolous or not. It's longstanding tradition of the General Assembly that when there's an active lawsuit on a measure that we typically do not pass laws regarding that. So with that, I would hope that we would accept the governor's recommendation. Thank you very much.
With a recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 21.
Ayes 18, noes 21. The Senate rejects the governor's recommendations.
Senate Bill 196.
The junior senator from Enrico, Senator Van Valkenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with the recommendation that they be rejected, I move that the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 196 be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, this bill was about putting guardrails around list maintenance at the data source. It did three things. One is it kind of put guardrails around what the source had to be. Two, it created an annual review for elect to check the sources they were using. And three, it said if somebody objected to being taken off the list maintenance rolls rather than go to the registrar, they could go to their local court. The governor's amendments weaken the data source material, which kind of gets rid of the core idea behind the bill. And it switched back to the registrars, the appeal process, and we want our registrars. We always talk about how we want our registrars to have time to do their job, and we think that objections are better served in the courts. And so with the recommendation that we reject the governor's amendments to Senate Bill 196, I move they be agreed to.
With the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
Senate Bill 212.
Again, the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the governor's recommendations to be agreed to.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We'll have two motions. Here.
You'll have, well, in that, on the same bill, sir?
Yes.
So that would be a different sort of motion.
Yes, so I would like to reject the amendments and pass in its enrolled form.
It's two separate. Then it's two separate motions.
Right. So I want to speak to the bill after my second motion.
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. So, Madam President, I move that SB 212 be passed in the enrolled form and speaking to that.
Well, you're
said that.
you're telling us why you want us to first reject, if that's what you'd like to do.
All right. Then, Madam President, let's start over. Let's start fresh.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the governor's recommendations be agreed to and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 212 is a small business skill games bill that passed this body with an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote of 31-9 the first time, then 32-8. With that, Madam President, I want to thank my colleagues in this body, starting off with Senator Lucas, Senator French, Senator Subramanian, Senator Graves, who were all chief patrons of this bill. Madam President, this was a small business skill games bill that passed this body with the result of tremendous work, input, and thorough vetting. In fact, it was intended to support small businesses and allow them to benefit from supplemental and sustainable income. It set a strict regulatory structure, established a 25% tax rate, limited the number of games and host locations, set aside resources from problem gaming, and ensured law enforcement would receive resources to root out illegal gambling in our communities. Again, the bill passed was the result of bipartisan compromise. But unfortunately, the governor's recommendation before you tossed that work aside and instead actually banned skill games in the Commonwealth. The governor amendment set a 45% tax rate on skill games. It eliminated most restaurants and skill game hosts by requiring locations to have lottery license. It delayed the effective date until July 1st, 2025, when we know our small businesses are hurting right now and many have closed their doors. But the most egregious amendments are the parameters he placed around casinos, schools, daycare centers, and more. The 35-mile radius around gaming establishment alone wipes out the entire Hampton Roads area. The 2,500-foot radius around schools, daycare, and churches takes out the rest of the state. And if you read the paper recently, you've seen the maps. But, Madam President, the governor's recommendations are disappointing and devastating to small businesses that showed up here every single day, urging us to have their backs. They are even here today, many in the gallery and outside. I recognize that this bill faces an uncertain future if it goes back to the governor's desk, but, Madam President, I stand with small businesses in every corner of our Commonwealth, urging the governor to do right by small businesses and sign this bill. With that, I move that we reject the governor's amendments.
The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Madam President, parliamentary inquiry.
The senator may state it.
Madam President, is the motion to agree to the governor's recommendations with the recommendation that they be rejected? So if you like the governor's recommendation, you would vote yes, and if you don't like the governor's recommendation, you would vote no? Okay.
Yes, sir, that is the motion before us.
Thank you, Madam President.
With the recommendation that the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 212 be rejected, the question is, shall they be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
6 noes, 34.
Aye, 6 noes, 34. The governor's recommendations are rejected. Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 212 be passed in the enrolled form. and speaking to the motion for having previously spoken.
1 second.
Madam
What
President.
purpose does the senator from Hanover rise?
Madam President, I know we're going to break in about 30 minutes. Could this go by temporarily before, and we come back to it after the break?
Without objection, Senate Bill 212 goes by temporarily.
Senate Bill 225.
The senator from Western Fairfax County, Senator Pekarsky.
Thank you, Madam President. With a recommendation that they be rejected, I move that the governor's recommendations to SB 225 be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This was a bill that would have asked local school boards to send an annual notification to parents about safe storage of firearms. The intention was to open a dialogue between parents and schools and a partnership to talk to their children about safe storage and the importance of it, and to just make them aware of the fact that firearms are the #1 killer of children in the Commonwealth. Unfortunately, the governor's recommendations have nothing to do with the content of this bill, and just to underscore the importance of why this cannot wait to become law. Just a few weeks ago, I had a teenager in one of my high schools gunned down by another teen, and I had to have a conversation with my own child about his classmate, and he did not want to speak about it. He said, "Mom, just yesterday I was talking to him in the hallway, and now he's gone." And I hope, again, that we can reject these recommendations and not take any longer in partnering with parents to have these conversations. Thank you.
With a recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 19, noes 21. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
Senate Bill 237.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that SB 237 go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 237 goes by for the day.
Senate Bill 238.
Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that the amendments be rejected, I move the governor's recommendations for SB 238. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, we have debated this bill, and it passed with a small bit of bipartisan support as it left both chambers. This bill was simply putting Virginia in alignment with the Affordable Care Act in order to make contraception accessible to those individuals who face considerable financial burdens when trying to access contraception. It simply took out the burden of co-pays and co-insurance coverage costs on contraceptive drugs and devices. It did not impact in any way whether an employer would or would not provide contraception as part of their health care plan. It simply removed financial burdens for those health insurance plans that did provide contraceptive that did provide contraception and for drugs and devices. The governor's amendment, sadly, chose to go in a different way in terms of interpreting what the intent of the bill is, and the amendment that was offered by the governor added a statement that says there could be interference in this process if there was a sincerely held religious or ethical belief. The issue of religious belief and the provision of contraception has already been handled at the federal level through the Hobby Lobby case. My question back to the governor is, what does an ethical belief mean? I don't understand that language in the amendment. We don't have a definition of sincerely held ethical beliefs in the Virginia Code, and so this particular amendment does a great deal of damage to the bill as it was proposed and as it went out of both chambers. And so I renew my motion that we reject the governor's amendments. Thank you, Madam President.
The senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. With all due respect to the senator from Chesterfield, I think that the governor's amendment is reasonable. And I do agree that it's a broad brush when you paint an exemption as an ethical belief. However, I think most of us, if we sincerely have an ethical objection to something, we're not going to misuse that. We're not going to lie about it. But we shouldn't be forced to act in a way that we don't believe in. And I think I voted for this bill because I thought it was a good policy. But I also think the governor's amendment is a reasonable one. And I think that aligns us with federal law, if not entirely, at least closely. And I'm no expert on that. I can count very well. But I do feel I needed to stand up because I'd hate to see this bill be vetoed at the end of the day. I believe that it's better to have a policy where you get most of what you want, even if you can't get all of what you want. And I think with this amendment, you get most of what you want. And I hope you all will consider accepting or agreeing to the amendment.
With a recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate agree to the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
Senate Bill 256.
Senator Sturrevell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's recommendations or amendments recommendation be agreed to and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the governor made two. This is the insurance bad faith bill that passed this body, I think 30-9 on the conference report, 65-32 from the House. The governor made two proposals to the bill. The first bill actually, I think, makes the bill a little bit clearer. It effectively codifies the way most attorneys understand existing bad faith law, which is that you have to make an offer at least 45 days out so that the insurance company has enough time to consider it, and says that the insurance company pays either the policy limit or your demand within that time. You can't sue them for bad faith, and that I think will help to avoid some litigation over what a reasonable period of time is. The other amendment I wasn't so happy about. That one basically delays the application of the law only to collisions that occur after July 1 of this year. I didn't really see that as being necessary, but the governor said that was kind of the price of admission. So, to quote the eternal poet Mick Jagger, you can't always get what you want, but sometimes you get what you need. So, I would hope we could pass these amendments so this could become Virginia law.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Senate Bill 260.
Senator DeStaff, the senior senator from Virginia Beach.
Madam President, I move that we agree to the governor's recommendations, and speaking to that.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, what the governor's substitute does on this is puts it directly in line with Delegate Fagan's bill, House Bill 1361, which passed this body 31-8. And what it does is basically aligns it better with the lowest bidder and provides an opportunity to appeal and meet the lowest possible bidder. If there's a conflict with federal regulations, then it actually puts that aside and allows for the procurement to continue. So with that, Madam President, I move that we accept the governor's recommendations. Thank you.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The Senate agrees.
Senate Bill 271.
Senator Subramaniam, the senior senator from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adopt the governor's recommendations in speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The language that the governor's amendment strikes attempted to proactively incentivize the deployment of battery storage in Virginia, and expanded battery storage is increasingly necessary as we diversify energy generation and the demand for data centers and EVs increases. However, the governor argues that the SEC is authorized already to explore the issue of standby charges during the upcoming net metering proceeds. So I move that we accept the governor's amendment. Thank you.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Senate Bill 300.
Senator Rouse, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that they be rejected, I move that the governor recommendations be agreed to. Speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. There we are. The governor added 2 amendments to this bill, a reenactment clause and a work group, which just aren't needed. What we understand right now is that protecting voting rights is essential to our democracy. Not only that, here in our Commonwealth, where we have seen over 3,400 people have their voting rights canceled or purged from the voting rolls. And so that's why this bill is needed, to ensure that that doesn't happen, and make sure that it requires the general registrars to send notice prior to canceling any voter's record, regardless of the reason for cancellation. And so these amendments just aren't needed, and with that, I renew my motion. Thank you, Madam President.
With a recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
Senate Bill 313.
Senator Van Valkenburg, the junior senator from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with the recommendation that they be rejected, I move that the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 313 be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, this is a solar consumer protection bill that in its form that it passed did 3 things. One is it said we had to have a disclosure form for people who are selling solar door to door. 2, it asked DPOR to update the roofing test to include solar installation, as that was one of the big things that was causing people's houses to catch on fire. And 3, it created a work group, and the governor just turned it into a work group. I think our excellent executive staff can make a 2-page disclosure form in 6 months, and I think we need to update the roofing test. And so I would ask that we reject these amendments, and so I renew my motion.
With a recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 22.
Ayes 18, noes 22. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
Senate Bill 350.
Senator Perry, the junior senator from Loudoun.
Madam President, I move the governor's recommendations be agreed to in speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
This is a bill that passed out of the Senate. The governor, before it went to the House, and the House made some amendments to it and worked out a bunch of different things with it. This bill, the governor essentially reverts the bill back to my original bill. What the bill does just permits, if you believe you've been discriminated against after the Office of Civil Rights looks at your case, they don't have to send you a right to sue letter after those 180 days. You can go ahead and proceed into court with your case. So I'd ask that the members of the body agree to the governor's amendments.
Reject?
Agree.
That agree?
Accept.
I'm sorry. The question is, shall the Senate agree to the governor's amendments? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate agrees to the governor's recommendations.
Senate Bill 361.
Again, the junior senator from Enrico, Senator Van Valkenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with the recommendation that they be rejected, I move that the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 361 be agreed to in speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, this is the Children's Online Privacy bill that we've had a back and forth on the floor previously. I think I would say the governor's amendments make some of the changes that the senator from Roanoke tried to make on the floor during session. And I would say that while, once again, I agree in spirit with what the governor's trying to do, I think it's important that we take this modest first step, and everybody who is part of this bill would agree that it's a modest first step. Get something on the books, make some changes, and then have JCOTS look at the broader issue over the summer, because the states that have pushed this up to 18 have found themselves in litigation, and I would rather get something on the books that actually governs and moves the ball forward versus be stuck in court. And so I would ask that we reject it, that we look at some of these issues over the summer in a more meaningful way, and come back again with something in the future. And so I renew my motion.
Senator Suderline, senator from Roanoke.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak in favor of the governor's recommendation.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Over the last several years, we've passed several pieces of legislation that restrict adults and businesses and what they can do when these people are over 18. It might be firearms, it might be tobacco, a few other things that we've been discussing lately, and we might discuss more later today. But all these things, it's 21 on what has been happening. But here, yet again, if we do not act on this, we'll continue to say under Virginia law that as soon as you have your 13th birthday on the internet, your social data privacy, you're an adult. So good luck trying to protect your information about your location. That can be sold to other folks. Information about what sort of things you might be looking at, that can be sold to other folks. And I don't like that we continue to do things that make it harder on small businesses in Virginia, but when the largest businesses that aren't based here in Virginia, but they come and say, you can't put these limits on what we're trying to do, wait till next year. Every year they tell us to wait till next year. They have no interest in actually providing real protections to these 14 to 18-year-olds that we represent and deserve these protections. So I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to consider passing the governor's recommendations.
Senator Van Valkenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I would say to the gentleman from Salem.
For what purpose does the senator rise?
To speak to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would say to the senator that I carried another bill that went after those big businesses. So don't come at me about saying that when big business comes to my office,
Senator,
Sorry. I move that we reject the governor's amendments in that Senate bill.
With a recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
Senate Bill 362.
The senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I move the governor's recommendation to Senate Bill 362 be agreed to and speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This was the first time drug offense reform. With the governor's recommendation, any person previously convicted of an offense related to the misdemeanor possession of cannabis that was formerly illegal shall be eligible to participate in the first offender drug program. The bill that we passed unanimously went a little further, but I think it's still better to exempt past cannabis offenses from this statute. And again, I move that we accept the recommendation.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate agrees to the governor's recommendations.
Senate Bill 363.
Again, Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 363 be accepted, or be agreed to, and speak to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
This is the bill about someone who intentionally removes or alters the serial number on a gun. And the governor's recommendation just removes the phrase state law, which is not, there is no other state law on this, so it's no problem, does no harm to the bill. I move again that we accept his recommendation.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 364.
Senator Eben.
I move that we that the governor's recommendations to SB 364 be agreed to. And speaking to that,
the senator may continue.
This is the elections official security bill. The governor has weakened the bill a bit, but it removes the provisions of the bill that would create a civil action for folks whose rights have been violated under a section of the bill, and taking away their rights of coercion or intimidation to seek redress in the courts under the bill. But importantly, victims of defamation or other existing civil violations under state and federal law would still have other avenues to seek legal action. So while the governor's amendment weakens the bill, it does not eviscerate it, and it still provides new and needed protections for election workers in Virginia.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate adopts the governor's recommendations.
Senate Bill 405.
Senator Boysko, the senator from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accept the governor's amendment and speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This was a carefully negotiated agreement, the original bill as passed, between the advocates for the tenants who often sign leases, and there are fees inside the lease that they didn't see and later find out that they are required to pay an additional $85 a month on internet or other fees that they were not aware of. The governor's amendment says that it would allow a separate addendum after the execution of the agreement. We agreed that this would be better than the current law, and so I move that we accept the governor's amendment.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate adopts the governor's recommendations.
Senate Bill 422.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's, with the recommendation that they be rejected, I move the governor's recommendations to SB 422 be accepted. And speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
The underlying bill, which passed the Senate in February, provided that the tenants have a right to request repairs without being charged additional fees, and that they have a right to pay their rent in at least some form without being charged an extra fee just for payment of the rent. The governor's amendment removes the maintenance component of the legislation, eviscerating one of the main goals of the bill, and it allows the landlords to continue to charge and collect unfair fees for routine maintenance. So with that, I move that we reject the governor's recommendation.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 20.
Ayes
20. It's a tie.
Chair votes. Chair votes yes.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator from Charlottesville rise?
Having voted on the prevailing side, whereby we agreed to the amendments to Senate Bill 422, I move that we reconsider that vote.
I had not even the time to write down my vote. The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 422 was passed be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Eben.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I renew my my motion that with recommendation that it be rejected, that the governor's recommendation SB 422 be accepted.
With a recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The governor's amendments are rejected.
Senate Bill 454.
Senator Marsden, the senior senator from Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's recommendation to Senate Bill 454 be agreed to. And speaking to that motion,
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 454. This bill passed on a bipartisan basis in the Senate 2614. Its intent is to lay the groundwork for eventual deployment of advanced nuclear technology by a Phase 2 utility, which means Dominion Power. To that end, it allows the utility to recover a narrowly defined set of project development costs related to small nuclear reactors. As I have said from the beginning, this is not a blank check. Any cost recovery must be approved by the SEC. You may recall that we adopted amendments that enhanced the bill's customer protections. For example, Delegate Munden King successfully proposed the addition of a cost cap and a sunset clause in the House, which were adopted. The cost cap provides that the maximum monthly bill impact of any rider the Commission may approve under this bill is $1.75 for typical residential customers. Now, with this refresher, let me address the Governor's amendments. First, he is proposing to lower the maximum bill impact threshold from $1.75 to $1.40 per month, making the cost cap even more stringent. This is good for ratepayers. Second, he is proposing to clarify that a typical residential customer is one who uses 1,000 kilowatt hours of electricity per month. That is an industry standard benchmark. The third and final substantive amendment would provide that going forward, only 80% of small modular reactor project development costs can be recovered through the rider. The remaining 20% must be recovered through the utility's base rates instead. There are a handful of other purely technical amendments. And again, I would emphasize that the State Corporation Commission ultimately decides whether investments are reasonable and prudent before any costs can be charged to customers. Lastly, these Governor's amendments are entirely consistent with our focus on prioritizing electric utility customers' interests, and we look towards the future application of reliable and zero-carbon nuclear technology. I hope it will be the will of the body to accept these amendments in their entirety. Thank you, Madam President.
For what purpose? The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 13.
Ayes 27, noes 13. The Senate agrees to the Governor's recommendations.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator from Eastern Fairfax County rise?
Thank you, Madam President. Having reached almost 1:30 here, I would ask that we stand in recess for about 15 minutes. Might take a little longer than that, but hopefully it's just 15 minutes, and we can come back and finish things up.
Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask that we return to the morning hour briefly before we go into recess for a purpose of an introduction.
Without objection, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. We have a high school exchange student here in the gallery. They might have stepped out, but I did want to recognize students from Hilton High School. Joining us today are Jamal Sheikh, as well as an Italian foreign exchange student, Francesco Bendinelli. And I would like to, Madam President, welcome them to the Senate.
If you are here, please rise. Well, we thank them for having come, and we're glad that they are seeing how we operate in the oldest continuously serving legislative body in the entire New World. The Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Thank you, Madam President. If the Senate Republicans upon the recess could meet back downstairs quickly, that would be very helpful.
The Senate stands at recess until 2 p.m.
1:45.
The senators will take their seats. Madam Clerk.
Senate Bill 479.
Senator Ayer, the senator from Petersburg.
Madam President, pursuant to Article 5, I move to the, I move that the governor's recommendation to Senate Bill 479 be agreed to.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Madam President, we have an issue here in our Commonwealth where so many individuals continue to live in subpar housing. And as a result, slumlords are getting away with having individuals live in conditions that really are deplorable to call home. And so while I'm pleased with the governor's amendments to this legislation, which add a reenactment clause and ask DHCD to study the effect of these changes that we're making with this legislation, I am accepting his amendment so that we can continue to move the bill forward, find the best path, the best approach, and no longer have this excuse that we can't solve this problem and get people in homes that are the best for them to live in. And so I renew my motion that the recommendations be agreed to.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate agrees to the governor's recommendations.
Senate Bill 480.
Again, Senator Ayer, the senator from Petersburg.
Me again, Madam President, also asking to again agree to the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 480 and speaking to that.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, the governor's amendments to this legislation ironically take us further away from a more streamlined regulatory environment, which would have allowed the consumer protections as it pertains to disconnection policy to be universal across the board for customers regardless of what type of system they're part of. But again, we have made significant progress with protecting individuals during extreme weather events from having their utilities disconnected. And so we will accept the governor's amendments. I ask that we accept the governor's amendments.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 498.
Senator Carol Foy, the senator from Western Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 498 be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Senate Bill 498 passed this body as well as the House of Delegates uncontested during the regular legislative session. The House version passed out of conference. The governor's recommendation essentially reverts the bill back to its original form that the Senate passed uncontested on February 6. I want to bring it to this body's attention that on Monday, there was a non-fatal student overdose at a Falls Church school. Our students are overdosing, and we need parents to be informed and armed with the information to educate our children to be ever vigilant while also respecting students' privacy. I move to amend the bill in accordance with the recommendation of the governor.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 515.
Senator Williams Graves, the senator from Norfolk.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 515 be agreed to. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The governor's recommendations are missing the entire point of the bill and changes the context so that it unfairly targets and stigmatizes patients receiving mental health care services. Hospitals are places of peace, healing, harmony, and respite. Weapons, including guns, knives, and hatchets, have no place in hospitals and places where mental health care services are being provided. Let's keep our hospitals, workers, and patients safe by rejecting the governor's amendment. Madam President, I move that I renew my motion that we, with the recommendation that it be rejected, that we move the governor's amendments on Senate Bill 515.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The governor's amendments are rejected.
Senate Bill 517.
Senator Williams Graves.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the recommendations of the governor be separated.
Without objection.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam President, with the recommendation that amendment number 1 be rejected, I move that the governor's recommendation be agreed to. Speaking to that motion.
Senator, I was myself considering this, whether you were wanting a different motion, but it turns out that there is only one amendment, and so you're speaking to the whole of the recommendation.
There's two.
There is two.
517.
517.
You can't. No, it's one. We only have two.
One amendment. It cannot be split.
Yes, it is one amendment.
Madam President, can we pass this by temporarily?
Without objection, Senate Bill 517 passes by temporarily.
Thank you.
Senate Bill 534.
Senator Bagby, the senior senator from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we accept the governor's recommendation on SB 534.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this is just simply a draft error where the word "not" should be stricken, and with that, I hope the body will agree.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with or adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate adopts the governor's recommendations.
Senate Bill 544.
Again, Senator Bagby, the senior senator from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we accept the governor's recommendations for SB 544.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. It was all parties' intention for this piece of legislation to allow for grandfathering of localities who had already adopted measures to address this. And so this is just providing clarity to make sure that those individuals that have something in place already are grandfathered in and are able to make amendments to their regulations hereafter. So with that, I hope that the body will accept the governor's recommendations.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 550.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that the recommendations from the governor be agreed to. Senate Bill 550 be agreed to. I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
There are a number of amendments here, but the substantive ones do two things. They split the enforcement of this bill from. This is the bill related to the development of a registry for vapor products. Two significant amendments. Number one moves the enactment date back a year, and number two, it gives localities the ability to enforce the legislation, and so it deposits the fines with the local funds. Again, I hope you'll adopt the governor's amendment.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Senate Bill 565.
Again, Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that the governor's recommendations with respect to Senate Bill 565 be agreed to. I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Members of the Senate, you may recall that this is the legislation that allows the State Corporation Commission or requires them to develop some energy efficiency standards. This legislation, or the amendment, simply reinstates one test that they can consider that is basically a cost-benefit analysis or a net present value as determined by the total resource cost test. It does the bill no harm. I'll ask you to accept the amendment.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Senate Bill 569.
Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move that the governor's recommendations with respect to Senate Bill 569 be agreed to, and I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, members of the Senate, this bill simply allowed some of basically the seclusion practices that are available in hospitals to be utilized on the front lines. A notion that you get services to people in communities, you can treat them more effectively. And this amendment simply adds an emergency clause to the legislation. I hope you'll agree to it.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations on Senate Bill 569? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate adopts.
Senate Bill 582.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the governor's recommendation to Senate Bill 582 be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This is the legislation building off existing permitting and licensing processes within the Department of Taxation to ensure that the Commonwealth knows exactly who's selling vapor and tobacco products, where they're selling them, and that they're paying the required sales and local taxes on the products. The governor's amendment is technical, inserting two words referring to packages of products, just to clarify that a product may include more than one package of more than one component in a liquid nicotine product. Again, I move that we accept the amendment.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The Senate adopts the governor's recommendations.
Senate Bill 608.
Senator Aird, the senator from Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 608 be agreed to.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, while the governor's amendments have made this bill less targeted towards the communities that could most leverage the benefits of community schools and the community school model, it still takes a critical first step to establishing the Office on Community Schools. By creating this office, again, we build out a framework by which these efforts can be made more robust in the future. And so, again, I renew my message that we go ahead and move forward with adopting the governor's recommendations.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Senate Bill 628.
Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Aird.
Madam President, I move that we agree to the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 628.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this amendment simply removes the reenactment clause to this legislation, and I hope that we'll move the recommendation forward.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendation? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 8.
Ayes 32, noes 8. Senate agrees.
Senate Bill 713.
Senator Marsden, the senior senator from Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 713 be agreed to. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the pole attachment make-ready bill designed to establish requirements for pole attachers and pole owners and involving disputes that may arise. It passed unanimously out of the House and the Senate, and all this bill does is allow for the SEC to go an additional 60 days beyond the 180-day decision-making time frame to arrive at a decision on that dispute. It's similar to other places in the code where other areas that the SEC has authority over, they're allowed to do this 60-day extension. And what it prevents is having to start all over again with 180 more days. And with the provisions of some of the laws surrounding pole attachments, there's federal money involved that could be clawed back, and so we need to get these decisions over disputes made as quickly as possible, and this 60-day extension makes it so that we can get those decisions made more quickly, and I reiterate my motion that we accept the governor's amendments to Senate Bill 713.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate agrees to the governor's recommendations.
Senate Bill 729.
Senator Soroville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation to be rejected, I move the governor's recommendation.
The senator may continue.
Sorry, and speaking to the motion. Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the governor, this is the bill that creates the new Virginia Clean Energy Innovation Bank, which is designed to take advantage of a federal program under the Inflation Reduction Act. The governor added a reenactment clause to the bill, which is completely mind-boggling to me. We put $10 million in our budget, and under federal law, if we take that $10 million under federal law, we are allowed to leverage that into $300 million of low-interest federal clean energy loans. If we do this reenactment clause, basically Virginia's $300 million or more is going to go to other states. I would just note that the New York Times 2 years ago called this program the sleeping giant of the climate bill, the expansion of clean energy loans. And the governor, I guess, is unhappy that we wanted to create an independent authority It had the board appointed by a third by us, a third by the House, and a third by him. He wanted to control the whole thing. If he didn't get to control it, then nobody gets anything. And so Virginia businesses are going to miss out on $350 million of low-interest loans. They're going to go to other states because of the governor's position. I hope he'll reconsider that. I think we send him a message by rejecting this amendment. Maybe he'll figure it out. But this is a lot of money that's going to go somewhere else that ought to be coming to our state. And I hope we can reject the amendment.
With a recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendation? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 22.
Ayes 18, noes 22. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
Returning to page 7, Senate Bill 212.
The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. Can I go by temporarily?
Without objection, Senate Bill 212 goes by temporarily.
Thank you, Madam President.
Turning to page 16. Page 15, sorry. Senate Bill 517.
The senator from Norfolk, Senator Williams Graves.
Madam President, I rise to request a point of clarity.
The senator may state it.
Thank you. Or point of order. I'm being told that we are unable to separate the recommendation because there are two actions in the one recommendation. And then I am being told that we can separate the action in the one recommendation. So I would request some parliamentary procedure on that.
The Senate will stand at ease. Concerning the senator's question, the amendment was drafted by the governor as one, but it appears as two. But it is one. The Senate will be at recess for another 5 minutes. come to order. The senators will take their seats.
Page 15, Senate Bill 517.
Senator Williams Graves, the senator from Norfolk.
Madam President, let's try this again.
As you wish, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move with the recommendation that the governor's recommendations be rejected. I move that the governor's recommendation be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Madam President, while we know organizations outlined in this bill are rooted in hate and racism, we do need to ensure that taxpayer dollars are not being spent or subsidized on organizations of the like. We are not trying to erase history. We just don't want to celebrate the bad parts of it. With that being said, I renew my motion to reject the amendments.
The question is, with the recommendation that the governor's recommendation be rejected, shall the Senate agree? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
Returning to page 7, Senate Bill 212.
Senator Rouse, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to withdraw my previous motion. Do I need to restate what that motion was?
No, sir. Without objection, the motion is withdrawn.
Page 21.
Page 21, Senate bills vetoed by governor.
Madam President?
For what purpose does the senator from Portsmouth rise?
Did you not call me?
No, I'm sorry.
Not yet, Senator.
Senate Bill 1. Now.
Now the senator is called.
Had a premonition. Madam President, I move that Senate Bill 1 be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. You want me to speak to that? Okay.
The senator may continue.
Yes, Madam President, the General Assembly action is that we increase the minimum wage from the current rate of $12 per hour to $13.50 per hour, effective January 1st, 2025, and $15 per hour, effective January 1st, 2026. And with that, I renew my motion that Senate Bill 1 be passed in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor.
The question is, shall the bill pass in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? As many as are in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The enrolled form of the bill fails.
Senate Bill 2.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that Senate Bill 2 be passed in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor, and I'll speak briefly to that.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this is the bill that prohibits the possession or transfer of assault-style weapons that were manufactured after July 1, 2024. So it's prospective only. It's based on the bill that was effective at the national level from 94 to 04. That was upheld in federal courts. The Supreme Court has allowed state assault weapon bans to remain in effect. This bill will save lives, and I guarantee you that no matter where you live in this Commonwealth of Virginia, more than 60% of the people favor legislation of this nature. Again, I hope that it passes.
The question is, shall the bill pass in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The enrolled form of the bill fails, notwithstanding the objections of the governor.
Senate Bill 14.
Senator Pike.
Madam President, can this bill go by temporarily?
Without objection, the bill goes by temporarily.
Senate Bill 15.
Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that Senate Bill 15 be passed in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor, and speaking to that motion briefly.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This underlying bill, or the enrolled bill, actually would provide a level of protection against extradition for Virginia's health care providers who provide abortion care to women who come from out of state, particularly states that have abortion bans and may be interested in extraditing those women. It is very interesting that the governor, in his veto message, I don't think fully understood the bill, because his first line says the bill is aimed at medical professionals from other states. It is not. This bill is intended to protect medical professionals licensed in doing business in Virginia. It was very disappointing to see the governor veto this bill. Over 80% of Virginians believe abortion should remain safe and legal in our state. This bill was intended to uphold Virginia law and to provide the same protection to the providers who are in Virginia providing that care to out-of-state patients and to those patients who come to our state. I do hope it is the will of the body to pass this bill in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The enrolled form of the bill fails.
Senate Bill 23.
Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 23 be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor, and speaking to that.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, Senate Bill 23 established that only children 11 years of age or older may be adjudicated delinquent. The bill provided that children under the age of 11 may be deemed a child in need of services or a child in need of supervision to ensure that children and families receive effective interventions through trauma-informed community-based services tailored to address the root causes of any behavioral concerns. Virginia currently does not have a minimum age for children to be adjudicated delinquent, despite the overwhelming child development and brain science proving that young children do not have the developmental capacity to form criminal intent. States like Virginia, with no minimum age, are increasingly becoming outliers in the United States and internationally, where the prosecution of young elementary school children is rightfully viewed as inhumane. This bill protected our youngest and most vulnerable citizens from being prosecuted in a justice system that was not built with them in mind and can cause them to suffer irreparable harm. The governor's assertion that this bill would incentivize recruitment of young children by criminal gangs is misguided. There is no evidence to suggest that this is a widespread problem. More importantly, if a child is recruited by an older individual or forced to commit a crime on that person's behalf, then that child is a victim of human trafficking by forced criminality. A child in this situation is a victim and should be treated with the same trauma-informed interventions most likely to be effective. Under no circumstances should a child who has been exploited in this way be treated as a criminal. They are victims and should be treated as such. Therefore, Madam President, I move that the bill pass in enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor.
The question is, shall the bill pass in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? As many as are in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The enrolled form of the bill fails.
Senate Bill 47.
Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that Senate Bill 47 pass in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. What Senate Bill 47 does is it ensures that an individual who's already been convicted of an assault and battery against a household or family member actually relinquishes his firearm, especially through the transfer option. The enrolled bill, which is current law, actually allows the offender to transfer the firearm to a legally eligible individual. What this bill does is ensures that that transfer actually happens. A form would have to be required to be processed with the court. The recipient of the firearm would have to be noted, and there would be some oversight. Unfortunately, a third of the individuals in Virginia are really endangered by the people that they share a life with. What we are trying to do through this bill is actually uphold the laws in the Commonwealth against domestic abusers. We want to keep our families safe, and we want to keep women safe. A woman is 5 times more likely to die in a domestic violence situation if there's a firearm. This bill does not in any way change who could possess a firearm. This bill merely ensures that the law is followed when somebody has violated the law and has been convicted. I'm very surprised the governor vetoed this bill. He has always talked about protecting victims. He, at one point, had talked about protecting those in situations of domestic violence. I don't know how we came to the conclusion that upholding our current law should be vetoed. I renew my motion that we pass this bill in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the governor's objections. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The enrolled form of the bill fails.
Senate Bill 69.
Senator Pike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Move that the bill pass by for the day, and speaking to the motion briefly.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I hope I realize any vote today would not change the sort of the partisan nature of the vote, but I do want this body to contemplate that you will see this legislation again, but contemplate the circumstance in which you have two siblings in one household. Oftentimes, there's a kid that is younger by a year or two who is a U.S. citizen. The older kid, by circumstance, is not in under DACA status. And so literally in the same household, you can have one kid pursue their dream and become a police officer and one that can't. And I hope you contemplate the justice, the unjust factors that play into these issues. And you will see this legislation again. Thank you, Madam President.
Senate Bill 80.
Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that Senate Bill 80 be passed in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. And speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. What Senate Bill 80 does is it outlines criteria by which an individual who is on probation can reduce his probation period. In effect, this bill provides incentives for an individual to integrate more quickly into society and to actually achieve a greater stability economically. Some of the criteria included achieving more college education, getting a job certificate, going for mental health abuse treatment, mental health treatment, substance use disorder treatment. And all of those separate steps would enable an individual, if they completed those steps, to actually get a reduction from the court. The bill had a delayed enactment clause, so the Department of Corrections could actually implement this criteria, and it had a study component. So it was very disappointing to see the governor veto the bill, since he could have retained the study component, but he did not. I do hope that in the future we can find some common ground in this area. We did have a lot of bipartisan support as we were drafting the bill, and the veto is, again, very disappointing. So I renew my motion that this bill pass in its enrolled form without the objections of the governor. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? As many as are in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. The enrolled form of the bill fails.
Senate Bill 99.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria. Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor.
Would you
Speaking
like
to that motion?
The senator has the floor.
Yes. Semi-automatic assault weapons make mass shootings deadlier. It's that simple. And due to many states' weak public carry laws, far too often extremist groups use military-style weapons to intimidate and suppress the rights of others wishing to express their views. We saw it at Unite the Right in Charlottesville in 2017, and we've seen it as places as tranquil as a farmer's market in Alexandria. Public carry of assault-style weapons complicates law enforcement response to potential threats and hampers the reaction to active shooters. Again, I renew my motion that we pass the bill in its enrolled form.
The question is, shall the bill pass in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The enrolled form of the bill fails.
Senate Bill 115.
Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Madam President, I move that the bill go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 115 goes by for the day.
Senate Bill 143.
Senator Carol Foy, the senator from Eastern Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the bill go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 143 goes by for the day.
Senate Bill 144.
Senator Carol Foy.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the bill go by for the day.
Without objection, the bill goes by for the day.
Senate Bill 235.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that SB 235 be passed in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I am truly shocked that the governor decided to veto this bill. He's vetoing his original language that he signed in 2022. Now, in his veto, the governor writes that there are significant language differences between the bill that was passed in 2022 versus this bill, SB 235. He says there are significant language differences that may cause confusion among school administrators, divisions, parents, and students. Madam President, I put more trust in the ability of our school administrators, teachers, parents, and students to be able to discern what the language is indicating. So in 2022, the original language was that nothing in this section shall be construed as requiring or providing for the censoring of books. This was a bill that was focused on parental notification, not on censorship, and therefore the clarifying language was added to the enactment clause that nothing shall be construed as providing for the censoring of books. In this particular legislation, SB 235, we took that language from the enactment clause and put it directly into the legislation so that it may be codified. And the language reads, nothing in this bill shall be construed as permitting the censoring of books. So between providing or censoring or permitting or providing, there's no distinction between those two words really that would cause there to be a significant language difference. Therefore, I urge that we reject the governor's, that we pass the bill in its enrolled form.
The question is, shall the bill pass in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The enrolled form of the bill fails.
Senate Bill 236.
Again, Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that SB 236 go by for the day.
Without objection, the bill goes by for the day.
Senate Bill 246.
Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Move that the bill go by for the day, and speaking briefly to it.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I hope the body does consider taking a look at the status of at least groups that are here on a recurring basis, TPS status, temporary protective status, every 18 months renewing the license. Adds to DMV lines. It frustrates small business owners. I've got one business owner who's been here 20 years as an entire business. Stop and work to go back to the DMV every single 18 months. Those in agriculture also recognize the value of having the surety of having their workers having licenses versus not having a license. This is something that we do need to fix, and I hope in the future that we figure out a way bipartisan to tackle this issue. Thank you, Madam President.
Senate Bill 258.
Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's, I move that I move that Senate Bill 258 be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objection of the governor. Speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this bill has to do with red flag orders. This bill basically just makes it a little clear when red flag orders are to issue, and also makes it really clear that guns can be taken if a high school student or a student threatens to shoot up their school, which I think is actually pretty important in today's world, and I would hope we would override the governor's veto.
The question is, shall the bill pass in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The enrolled form of the bill fails.
Senate Bill 259.
Senator Surville.
Madam President, I'd ask the bill go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 259 goes by for the day.
Senate Bill 273.
Senator Subramaniam, the senior senator from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we engross the bill in its original form, notwithstanding the actions of the governor. Speaking to that motion.
Are you meaning that you would like the bill to pass?
Yes, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. To make a long story short, waiting periods save lives. This was a common sense bill, and there's no issues with constitutionality. Other states have enacted this, and so the concerns about constitutionality, I think, are not well-founded. And so I'd hope that we do pass the bill in its original form.
The question is, shall the bill pass in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The enrolled form of the bill fails.
Senate Bill.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator from Eastern Fairfax County rise?
I would like to make a motion, take a bunch of bills by for the day, try to move this along really quick, and if the body could follow along with me, I'm going to go page by page here. So I would ask, let's see, we're on page 31.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask that we go by for the day on page 32, Senate Bill 306. On page 34, Senate Bill 334. On page 35, Senate Bill 357. On page 37, Senate Bill 393. On page 38, Senate Bill 428. On page 41, Senate Bill 449. On page 42, 477. On page 43, Senate Bills 494, 504, 505. On page 44, Senate Bill 506 and 514. On page 45, Senate Bills 542 and 570. On page 46, Senate Bill 584. On page 47, 586 and 588. On page 48, Senate Bill 595 and 597. On page 49, Senate Bill 634. On page 50, Senate Bill 654. On page 51, Senate Bill 716. And lastly, on page 52, Senate Bill 719. Sorry, we have one more, Madam President. And on page 31, Senate Bill 276.
So on page 31, Senate Bill 274. 276.
Is the one that went back today. So 274 is what we're on.
We're on 274. 276 went by for the day.
We need a voice vote.
Oh.
So just give us 1 minute.
Oh. Pause.
He's walking. He's walking.
He's taking a courageous walk. Courageous walk. Into the wilderness.
And they're increasing my opportunities. They're decreasing the number I need for 2/3.
I think he's the only one.
Well, Overshane's on his seat too.
Well,
He's a long way off, my friend.
Yeah, he
Still
and
got
I
a long
stand
way to go.
together.
The rest of them are sitting here to vote no.
But it's closer than it was.
Yeah.
It's getting closer all the time. Maybe by 2047, I'll have the votes.
You're very optimistic. Yeah. I'm not so optimistic.
Oh, come on, man.
For what purpose does the senator from Charlottesville rise?
I'm sorry, Madam President. I was just waiting for my name to be called.
No, sir, we are in the block. We have bills in the block that we must discuss. The question is, shall the bills in the block go by for the day? Bill numbers: Senate Bill 276, 306, 334, 357, 393, 428, 449, 477, 494, 504, 505, 506, 514, 542, 570, 584, 586, 588, 595, 597, 634, 654, 716, and 719. All those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. I'm sorry, it's a voice vote. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will indeed go by for the day.
So on page 31, Senate Bill 274.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that Senate Bill 274 be passed in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I join the governor's plea that we focus on bringing down the cost of living for Virginians. And this bill creates a prescription benefit pharmacy, the Prescription Drug Board, to put a cap on the price of drugs that for people that are in the state plan. The reality is there's so many people that are forced to make a choice between which of the necessities of life they're going to purchase. This is an effort to bring down the cost of drugs, and I hope that you'll pass the bill in its existing form.
The question is, shall the bill pass in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The enrolled form of the bill fails.
Page 32, Senate Bill 327.
Senator Salim, the senator from Central Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that this bill go by for the day, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I know whether I ask for this to be passed or not, we are going to be in a party line here. But not too long ago was the Virginia Tech shooting anniversary, where I spoke at the bell tower, and I happened to be in high school as a junior when that took place. And since then, we have not had major gun violence prevention reform, nor have we done enough to end the gun violence, not only in the Commonwealth, but in this nation. So I just want to ensure that my colleagues are aware I will be bringing this back and to showcase that we can be a better state than Florida, where they have done this, change the age from 18 to 21 when it comes to assault firearms. Thank you.
Senate Bill 329.
Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Madam President, we are not going to debate composting, so I'd like to have to go bye for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 329 goes by for the day.
Senate Bill 34, page 34, Senate Bill 338.
Senator Salim, the senator from Central Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that Senate Bill 338 be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. And speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. This specific SB 338 specifically asks that we study the social, physical, emotional, and economic effects of gun violence in communities across the Commonwealth. Time and time we have seen gun violence that took place in different communities, yet those were the same communities that were forgotten, including studies. When we look at social media, when we look at Twitter or now X, there are comments that will say, where's the data? Where's the data when it comes to gun violence prevention? This study is the one that's going to provide that data to get us a better solution that we can work in a way that makes sense for everyone. So I ask that we pass this. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The enrolled form of the bill fails.
Page 35, Senate Bill 368.
Senator Boysko, the senator from Northern Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that SB 368 be passed in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor, and speaking to that.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the bill that simply says that if you have a firearm in your home and there are children or prohibited people present, that you need to lock up your guns. I am very disappointed that the governor did not listen to the people of Virginia who are asking and begging that we do something to change the statistics in Virginia. 76% of school shootings are committed by people bringing guns from their homes. 80% of firearm suicides by children 18 or younger involved guns belonging to family members in the home. 76% of unintentional shootings of children were committed with unsecured guns from the home. Most often were stored in an unsecured nightstand or other sleeping area. From 2003 to 2021, 1,262 children were killed by fatal unintentional shootings, with approximately half of them caused by another person, whether it's a sibling or a friend. We know how to reduce these numbers, yet we just sit and say it's too difficult. It disappoints me that when the governor says he cares about parents and that parents matter, he continues to ignore the moms and the dads who demand action on gun safety issues. And I renew my motion that we pass the bill, notwithstanding the governor's objections.
The question is, shall the bill pass in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The enrolled form of the bill fails.
Senate Bill 370 on page 36.
Again, Senator Boysko, the senator from Northern Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that SB 370 be passed in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. And speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is an effort that I have been working on for 8 years, and was so pleased to see that we got support in the House and in the Senate for it. And why does this matter? On average, women still owe excuse me, women still earn 82 cents for every dollar. In Virginia, it's 80 cents. On average, women employed in the United States lose a combined total of over $1.6 trillion every year due to the wage gap. These lost wages mean women and their families have less money to support themselves, save and invest for the future, spend on goods and services, and take care of their families. We know that asking us salary history helps perpetuate the wage gap, and in fact, we know that when we don't ask those questions in an interview, more people have the ability to be considered for a job that they're qualified for. It puts everybody on a more equal footing. There are businesses that are already doing this practice. This is something that is good for the economy. It's good for businesses because it helps them understand how to follow the Virginia Equal Pay Act, which has been in our code since the early 1970s. And, we still have a lot of work to do. It's a disappointment to see that the governor vetoed it, and I know that I will continue to work on this effort. And I renew my motion to pass the bill, notwithstanding the governor's objections.
The question is, shall the bill pass in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The enrolled form of the bill fails.
On page 36, Senate Bill 373.
Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that SB 373 be passed in its enrolled form, notwithstanding objections of the governor, and speaking to that.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the paid family and medical leave bill. I know that there's not one person in this room who can say that they've never had a circumstance where they needed to care for themselves or their loved ones, or they knew someone dealing with a long extended illness or a death in the family or bringing a baby home. And more than half of our population in Virginia does not have access to care for themselves and take time away from work because they cannot afford to go without pay. This bill is one of compassion, one of caring, that gives people the dignity to take care of themselves and their loved ones, while also making sure that they can pay their bills when they come due. It is a common sense bill that 13 other states have implemented, and the United States is the only industrialized nation in the entire world that does not have an official paid family and medical leave policy. Thank you very much. I wish that we would all vote yes on this, and I renew my motion that SB 373 be passed in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objection of the governor.
The question is, shall the bill pass in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill fails in its enrolled form.
Page 37, Senate Bill 383.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that Senate Bill 383 be passed in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections to the governor, and I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this is a bill that was requested by law enforcement. 10 years ago, this past November, my life changed forever. And some of the work that came from that event, when we got together, not as Democrats and Republicans, not as senators and delegates, but as people, some of the most fulfilling work I've ever done. 2 years ago in November, the life of the community where I reside changed forever. 3 students in our custody were shot point blank. Point blank. They're on all of our souls. They were kids that were entrusted to us by their parents. And we got them down. We got them down. We've given our colleges and universities the ability to keep guns, to make the rules and say that guns can't be on campus. And the rules are all over the state. The governor's veto message doesn't make a lot of sense because certainly we don't say that state buildings in some parts of the state are exempt from the law that says you can't have guns in state buildings. You can't, no matter where they are. In college campuses, you're not going to have guns on those. You're going to be in violation of the rules if you have guns on a college campus. In the wake of the shooting at University of Virginia, this young man who's presumed innocent until he's proven guilty beyond reasonable doubt, I'm not taking that away from him, but he was rumored to have firearms in his possession. And after the fact, when his room was searched, there were firearms there and there was a cache of ammunition. The reality is, if this had been the law before that shooting, his room could have been searched. Law enforcement could have obtained a search warrant and found those firearms and maybe prevented this tragedy from occurring. These children are in our custody, and it's our obligation to protect them. We cannot let any politics of the day prevent that from happening. This bill needs to be in effect, and I hope you will help me override the governor's veto.
The question is, shall the bill pass in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The enrolled form of the bill fails.
Page 38, Senate Bill 447.
Senator Marsden, the senior senator from Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill be passed by for the day. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I can count, and I want y'all to get home early. But we're going to have to do something about the epidemic of guns left in cars in this Commonwealth. It's like aisle 6 at Walmart. These young people are going through car to car to car, picking up guns. I think 700 in Richmond in one particular year, 600 and some this year. They're getting into the wrong hands. But that's all I have to say on the subject right now. But I think at some point we may have to revert back to the pre-2010 law, where we require a concealed weapons permit if you want a gun in your car out of sight. Thank you, Madam President.
Senate Bill 448 on page 39.
Senator Rouse, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. Move that the bill go by for today and speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I just want to start by thanking members of this body for all the hard work that went into developing an adult cannabis market, a retail market. It was tons of work. with a broad coalition of stakeholders. And I'm truly grateful for the work that we did to get a bill to the governor's desk. With that being said, we have more work to do. I'm disappointed the governor vetoed this bill. And one of the main reasons why, because the illicit market is still thriving. And what we understand is that, setting up an adult retail market for cannabis will help drive down that illicit market, will help protect our communities while providing resources for our law enforcement officers to do their jobs by making sure there are safe, tested, labeled products out in our community for adults to use. And while this structure and this framework was a sound structure and framework to bring about that adult retail market, it's disappointing to see the governor not sign it. And so, but again, I'm ever more grateful for the hard work that we all put into getting that bill out of the Senate and to the governor's desk. So thank you.
Page 42, Senate Bill 491.
Senator Carol Foy, senator from Eastern Fairfax, Eastern Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I ask that this bill go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 491 goes by for the day.
Page 48, Senate Bill 606.
Senator Van Valkenburg, the junior senator from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that Senate Bill 606 be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding objections of the governor. And I'd like to speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, we should rejoin Eric. So I hope you'll vote with me. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill fails in its enrolled form.
Page 50, Senate Bill 642.
Senator Perry, the junior senator from Loudoun.
Madam President, I move that this bill be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor.
Yes, ma'am.
Members of the body.
You would like to speak to the bill?
Yes, ma'am. Thank
All
you.
right. The senator may continue.
This is the bill that attempts to close the boyfriend loophole. Boyfriend loophole is a loophole that has been closed successfully by 41 states and the District of Columbia, and that 90% of Americans believe should be closed. The governor's stated reasons for vetoing this bill are twofold. One of them is that he doesn't like the definition of boyfriend that's included in the bill. It's a definition that's used by multiple other states and for which he provided no amendment or substitute or suggested definition. He also prefers and objects to the fact that under this bill, girlfriends would have easy access to the victim services and offenders would have easy access to batterers classes, and that these cases would be heard specifically by judges who are trained in domestic violence and intimate partner violence, and his objection to these cases being heard in a domestic relations court. As a former domestic violence prosecutor, I know that this sort of violence happens in about 60% of the homicides in this Commonwealth, and that under current law, pregnant women, many judges have told me, do not satisfy the definition of child in common, so can't be heard by judges in a juvenile domestic relations court and would not be covered under current law. Pregnant women, the number one reason for their death currently is homicide. So, if you think you should be able to beat your girlfriend and then go buy a firearm and kill her, then you should vote to let the governor's veto stand. But if you think we should protect girlfriends, girls in college, girls in high school from being beaten and then murdered by a firearm from their boyfriend, in the same way that we protect women who are married, then you should vote to override the veto. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill fails in its enrolled form.
Page 51, Senate Bill 696.
Senator Williams Graves, the senator from Norfolk.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that Senate Bill 696 be passed in its enrolled form, notwithstanding objections of the governor, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Apparently, the governor did not read the bill or understand the code sections referenced in the bill because violent crimes were excluded from the original bill that passed both chambers. We do have folks serving longer sentences than necessary based on sentencing guidelines when marijuana add-ons were illegal, and they are now legal. I renew my motion that the bill be passed in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor.
The question is, shall the bill pass in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The enrolled form of the bill fails.
Page 20. Page 22, Senate Bill 14.
Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that Senate Bill 14 be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding objections from the governor. In speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the bill that would provide the option for localities to pass both, number one, have their board or council adopt a resolution to put a sales stock option dedicated to school construction to the voters to decide. This is already something that is afforded to multiple counties, Charlotte County, Gloucester, Halifax, Henry, Mecklenburg, Northampton, Patrick County, Pennsylvania County, and the city of Danville. And this is as a deal and rule state, localities can only do what we tell them can do. And so this is extending something that is used already through much of Southside. It was originally a Republican bill, an idea, and I think it's a good one that we should allow all localities to decide for themselves. Some localities have interstates that go through, so they got interstate revenue coming in, stopping at the gas stations, and so it's revenue that can help that locality. The other alternative is raising your property tax. And so this is an option of using some of the out-of-state money to augment some of their schools. And we've seen study after study now, the JLARC report highlighting $25 billion behind. And to this body, what I'll say is I agree with part of the governor's statement. We have stepped up as a General Assembly and started to contribute some of the money. The problem is it's a pittance. We cannot afford, as the chair of capital outlay for Senate Finance, we don't have $25 billion to just fund it all ourselves. We can't do it. I wish we could. This is why we enable our localities to help solve some of those problems together. This came out with a very strong bipartisan support and asked for that support today. The fact is, my kids won't be able to enjoy it. If you have a kid that's in elementary school, they might benefit from it because it's going to take the time to get through a referendum. It's going to take time to actually plan and get the capital funds and construction together to actually get shovels in the ground and get the renovations of the buildings that are 50 and 100 years old all across the Commonwealth. And no part of the Commonwealth is exempt from this issue. We're all struggling. Suburban, urban, rural, Southwest, Southside, Northern Virginia, the Valley, you name it. We're all in this together, and this is a tool in the toolbox for localities that is desperately needed and being clamored in all parts of our Commonwealth. And I ask for that strong bipartisan support once again, Madam President. Thank you.
Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak in support of the governor's veto.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I remember when the former delegate from Halifax brought this bill, and I said, well, we're going to have an opportunity for a regressive sales tax in a county that has a 50 cents per 100 real estate rate. And if we can justify having the regressive tax there, it'll be pretty hard not justifying it everywhere else. And it was regressive then, and it's regressive today. Since 2018, revenue to our localities is up 16.9%. The senator, the patron, spoke that the only choices are raising the real estate tax rate or this regressive sales tax, which I appreciate so many of my Democratic friends earlier in the year agreeing that the sales tax is regressive and we ought not add to the sales tax burden on the working people of Virginia. And the legislature was correct then. Unfortunately, it looks like some folks in the legislature feel differently on this one. The other taxes available to our localities, in addition to the real estate tax rate, which folks don't like because it's a very honest tax and we all see it when we have to pay it, is also the personal property tax, merchant's capital tax, machine and tools tax, people tax, local utility tax, motor vehicle licensing, oil severance, coal severance, recordation, bank franchise, cable franchise, road impact fee, stormwater fee. In the last several years, several of these taxes have been expanded. Several were only available previously to cities. Now they're also available to counties. And at no time are we actually seeing, when these additional tax increases go up, are we actually seeing real efforts to lower tax rates elsewhere? Or sometimes you may get a little bit because assessments have gone so high, but we also even allowed assessments to happen more often, which also results in more localities' revenue. The sales tax is incredibly regressive, and we have a meals tax, which is also regressive. And we just allowed localities to make that easier to increase just a few years ago as well. So you have places in the Commonwealth, like down the street from here, where it's 13.5% when you buy a prepared chicken at the grocery store, or if you buy a sandwich at a gas station. And it's incredibly regressive. We ought not keep going to the sales tax. I hope we will sustain the governor's veto.
Senator Stanley, the senator from Franklin County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the motion on the floor.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. And I listened to my good friend from Roanoke who speaks about taxes. And certainly on this side, I know we are not for increasing taxes. We think that the government's burden upon its people is high enough. Higher taxes don't increase economic abilities for each and every one of the members and citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia like we want them to. When we take more money out of their pocket, when we as a government say, guess what, we're going to tax you, and we're going to take your money, and then we're going to decide how to spend your money, I completely agree with the senator from Roanoke. However, when this bill was drafted a long time ago, we started on the journey of trying to determine for ourselves, do we have a responsibility to the greatest natural resource that we have in the Commonwealth of Virginia, our children, to make sure that they get a top-tier education and that the educational opportunities are equal regardless of your zip code. I have been with many of my friends across the aisle. We toured the state to look at crumbling schools. It was heartbreaking. We went into one school in Danville, and there was a first grade class that kept having to get moved because the rainwater was coming through the roofs, flat roofs, and they didn't have the money to repair them. So it wasn't like they had a home room or a place where they could hang their artwork or their good grades. They were constantly being moved, and we would go into these classrooms, and there would be bucket after bucket collecting water. And it wasn't just rainwater. It was water that had come through the electrical system, integrated it, come through the plumbing system, integrated, come through the roof, integrated, and whatever chemicals in between were now infiltrating these classrooms and making our kids sick. And so when the former delegate from Halifax, we put together this bill, we made sure it was in a way that would benefit everyone below Northern Virginia. If you go to Northern Virginia, I think Loudoun County builds new schools all the time, bright, shiny new schools with technology. We went and visited schools, my friends on the other side of the aisle, my friends here, that had one electrical outlet that couldn't even plug in the most basic electronics or have a computer in their school. Schools built before World War II, World War I. When the senator sponsored this bill, said that we were $25 billion behind, that's almost low. And so when you think about it this way, that the child who goes all the way through public school in my region in Southside Virginia, and you compare that exact same child to the child that graduates from a school in Northern Virginia, they receive what is supposed to be the identical diploma, but the educations are not the same. The educational outcomes aren't the same because the technology, the tools in the toolbox for the teachers to teach, to prepare this great natural resource for the future, because they are our future. Don't forget that the majority of all children, a great majority of all children, don't go on to college after they finish public education. It's our burden, it's our obligation to do so. And why this bill is actually okay is because the way it's fashioned. Instead of us telling someone, hey, we're going to tax you, take the money and then spend it the way we want, quite frankly, this is better because it says to the local counties, first, the Board of Supervisors has to say, we have a problem. 2, they pass a resolution that we need to put this on the ballot. And then guess what happens? The people decide whether they want to be taxed. And not only do the people decide whether they want to be taxed, but 100% of that tax generated in their county comes back to them. Name another tax that does that. Name another one that goes and then must be used for the rehabilitation and modernization of our schools. So this is a tax where the people decide whether they want to have the tax. And I'll tell you, a lot of the counties that the bill's patron read out are in my old district. And in Pittsylvania County, they put it on the referendum. The supervisors voted, they put it on the referendum, and it lost. People in Pennsylvania County said, no, we don't want to do it. And then the people of Pennsylvania County then realized maybe this is something we need and put it back on the referendum, and it passed. Let the people decide. That's why this bill works. It's not a tax bill where we dictate and take money out of the pockets of the people in these counties. It's where the people to determine themselves whether they want to contribute to the modernization of their schools. And for that reason, this is not one of them old tax bills. And for that reason, respectfully, and I understand why the governor vetoed this bill, but I will be voting to override. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Marsden, senior senator from Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I was on that trip with Senator Stanley, who I greatly, greatly admire and appreciate.
For
the
what
work he
purpose
did.
does the senator?
To speak to the veto.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. I so admire my friend from Franklin County and the work he did on this. It was a major effort. I was on that tour. Those buckets in that school in Danville were permanent buckets. They weren't just put out when it rained. They just left them there because they knew when it was coming. And that day, they rushed out to try to cut the grass so that it would look good because a group of senators were coming. You could tell how high that grass was and how seldom they could get to it. And the principal of that school basically said to me that that roof, if they replaced it, would pretty much take up the entire maintenance budget for the Danville County, for the Danville City Schools. This is a moment right here for this legislature to deal with this. I can't think of any other way to deal with it other than taking something away from something else that's critical. And sometimes you need to bite the bullet and do this. And thank you to my friend from Franklin. Thank you to the gentleman from Prince William. We got to get this done. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Peake, the senator from Lynchburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise first for a statement and to speak to the bill, and then I have a question for the patron.
The senator has the floor.
I just want to point out they both mentioned the trip to Danville. Now Danville's got a casino, and they're getting buckets and buckets of money instead of buckets and buckets of water. So hopefully they'll spend that on the schools. And then, Madam President, I asked if the patron of the bill would rise for a question.
Will Senator McPike rise and yield for a question?
I yield.
The senator yields. Senator Peake has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm in full sincerity. So if the locality wants to raise the sales tax, they have to have the referendum and have a vote to do it. What if at a later date they decide that the sales tax is too high and they want to lower the sales tax? Do they again have to have another referendum, or can the board actually lower it without any other vote?
Senator McPike.
Thank you, Madam President. To answer the senator's question, I believe that it's stated at up to. If it's posted on a referendum as up to, as worded, they could certainly lower it in the future.
Just lower it without anything else. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. The bill fails in its enrolled form. Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I'm going to make a motion that we stand in recess for 5 minutes so the House clerk staff can get caught up on all the House bills that just came over. And I also want to... Senate clerk staff, so we can get caught up on all the House bills that came over. But I also just want to tell the body, when we come back in, I plan to go adopt in a block any bill that where the governor's amendments were adopted 100-0 in the House, which is, I think, about half of them. And so I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that, so you had a chance to maybe look and see what came over before we come back in. And I'll make that motion as soon as we get back live here.
Without objection, the Senate stands at recess for the times the senator stated.
got on YouTube. It took me.
That's what my sister does.
It
She
took me
wants to do
30
something.
days. You know why? Because the only channel on YouTube that was talking about a C5 port that repairing the roof was in Spanish.
Oh.
So Jennifer will.
You should have told me.
What?
One of the secretaries at HU in the political science department is bilingual.
Man,
And
listen.
Spanish is her first language.
Listen, Jennifer, it'd be 3 o'clock in the morning. She sleep. I'm on my iPad, listen to what this man's saying, trying to decipher. But I did it. It took me a while, and I did it like step by step. I'll be like working. This here is a little corner of the roof. You can't really tell. It's a little corner of the roof, right? How I take it off. Man, I'm gonna show you what it is. See, if you look at it, that's what the roof you saw. It was tan, and the back window was going out. But I did it, and the most part that Hispanic man kept saying, "You don't want no wrinkles, no wrinkles in your roof, no wrinkles in your roof." So I was like, "Dang, no wrinkles in the roof." So
No wrinkles in the roof. No, Brittany's a former student of mine. And she came back. She was in the military, and she came back to the area. And so she got a job working in the department.
Oh, for real?
So, but she's bilingual.
The Senate will come to order. The senators will take their seats. Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move to waive reading of the communication from the House of Delegates.
The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All those in favor of waiving the reading will, is this a voice vote? Will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. Consistent with the statement I made before we went into recess, I move that the House bills with governor's recommendations be placed in a block with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. And the bills I'm referring to are the ones on the green sheet in front of you that say "en bloc" next to them.
The question is, shall the House bills with the governor's recommendations on the green sheet be placed in the block with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bills? All those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will now read the number of the bills.
House Bill 111, House Bill 125, House Bill 184, House Bill 191, House Bill 215, House Bill 285, House Bill 315, House Bill 434, House Bill 438, House Bill 446, House Bill 452, House Bill 568,
611. Just 611. Not that.
House Bill 611, House Bill 738, House Bill 782, House Bill 786, House Bill 800, House Bill 852, House Bill 1128, House Bill 1372. House Bill, that's it.
The question is, shall the bills in the block be amended in accordance with the recommendations of the governor? All those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
It's what?
40.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate has agreed to amend the bills in accordance with the recommendations of the governor.
And now we go back to the ones that we'll start with 34.
Okay, returning to page 55, House Bill 34.
Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to adopt the governor's recommendation and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, House Bill 34 is a bill to clarify what the statute of limitations is and when that accrues with regard to medical debt. This bill actually was, I think this is Delegate Clark's, third attempt at this. The governor vetoed his last bill, and it appears the governor is now come around to it by proposing a couple amendments. Basically, the amendments do two things. Number one, it makes it clear that the statute of limitations begins to run 3 years from the issuance of the final invoice on the medical debt, not some prior invoice, but the final invoice. And the other thing it makes clear is that if a medical debtor breaches a payment plan, then the statute of limitations on that is 3 years and not, for example, 5, because it might be a written contract or something different. So it just cleans the bill up a little bit. And it's nice to see we finally got peace in the valley on this, because it does need to be clarified. Medical debt is a huge amount of the debt that's out there, and there's a lot of confusion about exactly when the statute of limitations run. So I'd hope we could adopt the governor's amendment.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendation on House Bill 34? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's amendments on House Bill 34 is adopted.
Page 58, House Bill 215.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the governor's recommendations to HB 215 be agreed to. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. HB 215 is with regards to Title IX and sexual harassment prevention training modules for students in 9th and 10th grades. This bill requires that the Department of Education develop culturally appropriate, age-appropriate, and trauma-informed Title IX and sexual harassment prevention training modules. And the governor's amendments actually make the adoption of these policies, requiring that all 9th and 10th grade students complete this training modules. His amendments make them permissive as opposed to being required, as it was in the bill when it passed out of the House and the Senate. It also omits the requirement that any students complete such training modules within 45 days of the start of the school year. So, Madam President, I renew my motion that we adopt the governor's recommendations.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations on House Bill 215? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's amendments are agreed to.
Page 63, House Bill 568, paragraph 3 only.
Madam President, with the recommendation...
Senator Williams-Graves.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, with the recommendation that we reject the paragraph 3 that was accepted by the House, I move that we vote on the governor's recommendation.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, what I just said.
Would you like to explain?
Sure, Madam President. Paragraph 3, in the House, they were able to separate the amendments where we thought it was only one amendment. They took it as 2 amendments. Since we rejected all of the entire amendment, the patron to this bill is amenable to us rejecting what they determined to be paragraph 3.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke.
Thank you, Madam President. I was going to, I'll speak briefly to the amendment.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. I was just about to ask the senator what the patron's thought was over from the House side, because I think paragraph 3 makes a whole lot of sense irrespective of the bill. So I'll still vote in the affirmative, not as because I like that idea all the way. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the governor's recommendations on paragraph 3 be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. The senator from Prince William? Oh.
Madam President.
I have to vote first, Senator. Chair votes yay.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator from Western Prince William rise?
President, having voted on the prevailing side, by which we voted yay on HB 568 on the governor's amendment, I vote to motion to reconsider that vote, so a member may change that vote. The member's me. Oops.
And the question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 568 was rejected, the governor's amendments was agreed to, be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Williams-Graves.
Thank you, Madam President. For all the reasons I previously stated on House Bill 568, I still recommend we reject the governor's amendments, and remember that this was a parliamentary inquiry where the entire amendment was determined to be inseverable in this House, and to keep the bills consistent, we would reject paragraph 3. Thank you.
Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke.
Thank you, Madam President. Just speaking briefly.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. I think I spoke too briefly, and I don't expect it will change the outcome, but I really think that this paragraph makes a lot of sense. A lot of us in the members of the General Assembly have joined in the last 20 years. And that means that most of us did not encounter these special exemptions that were being granted frequently by previous generations of the Senate. They haven't been looked at since they've been granted. I don't think that these make a lot of sense. We as regular homeowners, our constituents, as they're regular homeowners, they have to pay these various taxes. And I think we should have a comprehensive look at who's getting these tax relief. In the governor's analysis, there were some partisan groups, there's some for-profit businesses, and we really need to do that. So I think we ought to vote in the affirmative for this. Thank you, Madam President.
Again, with the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate adopt governor's recommendation on paragraph 3 on House Bill 568? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The governor's recommendations on that House bill is rejected.
Page 65, House Bill 603.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's recommendations for HB 603 be agreed to. And speaking briefly to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. HB 603 requires health instruction be provided to elementary and secondary school students and includes certain topics relating to mental health that are enumerated within the bill. And among those are general themes of social and emotional learning, self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, and social awareness. Now, the governor's amendment changes the general themes says he strikes the language of social and emotional learning and changes it to general themes of life skills, but continues with the enumeration that was already defined, including self-awareness, self-management, and so forth. So this amendment does not really have a significant impact. It does take out the language of social and emotional learning for some reason, but the life skills as defined in the rest of the language of the bill continues to be those areas of focus that we think are necessary for young students to learn. And so I renew my motion that the governor's recommendations be agreed to.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Page 66, House Bill 615.
Again, Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the governor's recommendations for HB 615 be agreed to. And speaking briefly to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. HB 615 expands the purpose of the Virginia Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics Education Advisory Board to include the participation of historically underrepresented students as defined in the bill in primary and secondary schools in STEM education. It also expands the duties of the board to effectuate this additional purpose, and it increases from 16 to 23 the non-legislative citizen membership of the board. Now, the governor offered a substitute, and the effect of the substitute is to eliminate the provisions of the bill that added some definitions, including the definition of historically underrepresented students, and eliminated the provision of increasing the non-legislative citizen membership of the board, and thus the substitute reduces the scope of the bill to expanding the board's duties to include the identification of strategies to promoting the participation of historically underrepresented students in STEM education. Regardless of the governor's amendment, the substitute that's offered, we think it's still appropriate to move forward with this legislation so that we can expand STEM education to encourage the participation of historically underrepresented students, and therefore I renew my motion that the governor's recommendations be agreed to.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations on House Bill 615 be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The recommendations are agreed to.
Page 67, House Bill 625.
Again, Senator Aird, the senator from Petersburg.
Yes, Madam President, I move that the governor's recommendations to House Bill 625 be agreed to. Speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Yes, we acted on the companion to this in my Senate Bill 608 moments ago. And so, again, this establishes the offices on community schools, and we want to go ahead and continue with this progress and moving forward. So I renew my recommendation that we accept these the governor's recommendations.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations on House Bill 625? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate adopts the governor's recommendations.
Page 67, House Bill 673.
Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth. Senator Marsden.
I'll take that one. Thank you. Thank you very much. Senate Bill or House Bill 673, the enrolled bill requires the Department.
Your motion, Senator.
Move to accept the governor's recommendation, and the enrolled bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The enrolled bill requires the Department of Conservation and Recreation to give additional weight to projects that incorporate nature-based solutions when distributing loans or grants from the Resilient Virginia Revolving Fund to particular local governments. The governor's amendment would instead require such weight be given to projects located in a locality designated as having a very low community resilience rating under a standard adopted by the department. I think that's an objective measure the governor's looking for. That's usually a good idea, and I would ask that we accept the governor's amendment to HB 673.
Senator Heckworth, the senator from Tazewell.
Thank you, Madam President. I was one of the 11 in this body that voted against this when it came out, but I think the governor.
For what purpose does the senator rise?
To the governor's amendment.
The senator has the floor.
I think the governor's recommendation, this amendment, does what we hope that it will do, and I appreciate the comments, and I would ask that we support it. What this does, it would add language to offer additional weight to projects that are located in localities designated as having a very low community resilience rating under a standard adopted by the department. And the goal is to address the resiliency issue throughout the Commonwealth and those communities most at risk of flooding. And we have had our share in our district. So I appreciate the governor doing what he's done here, and I would ask that we support this amendment. Thank you.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendation? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. Senate adopts the recommendations from the governor.
Page 69, House Bill 746.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that the governor's recommendations be agreed to on this bill, and I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this is the senator from Rockingham's favorite bill. It's the energy efficiency bill. The cognate to was Senate Bill 565 that we passed just a little bit ago, and the governor offered a simple amendment to this bill to add another test. We agreed to that amendment several minutes ago, and I'll reiterate my request that this be agreed to.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations on House Bill 746? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The Senate agrees.
Page 60, page 70, House Bill 790.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you. This is the House cognate to the retail tobacco and liquid.
Your motion, Senator?
I move that we accept the governor's recommendation and speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
This is the retail tobacco and liquid nicotine licensing or taxation, not really a tax bill, but a bill to see that they're all overseen by Department of Taxation. And it's a companion to Senate Bill 582. I believe we adopted that recommendation 39-1. And it just makes it clear that retail sale of more than 2 packages of nicotine vapor products at any one transaction is authorized under this bill.
Senator Sturdivant, the senator from Colonial Heights.
Madam President, just speaking briefly to the governor's recommendation.
The senator has the floor.
The objection I had to this bill, when this originally passed out of the Senate, we carved out an exception for active duty military. And the bill that ultimately passed at the end of session, and now the governor's amendments failed to add that exception into the final bill. And so we have a lot of active duty military in Virginia. You're an active duty military person, you get stationed in Virginia, you're 20 years old, you can't buy a celebratory cigar to celebrate having a baby, let alone being able to. So we can send people overseas to fight in wars, but we're not going to let them smoke or buy Zyn. I just don't think we should be doing that, and that's why I can't support these amendments.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt these recommendations from the governor. Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 7.
Ayes 33, noes 7. The Senate adopts the governor's recommendations.
Page 74, House Bill 906.
Senator Aird, the senator from Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam President. House Bill 906 is the equivalent of my...
Your motion, Senator?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we accept that the governor's recommendations to House Bill 906 be agreed to. Speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, House Bill 906 is the equivalent of my Senate Bill 480, which we acted on earlier today. And again, while we would have hoped to strengthen the consistency in this legislation around on how our utilities will behave relative to disconnections, we will accept the progress that we have made. So again, I renew my motion that we accept the governor's recommendations.
The question is, shall the Senate accept the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate accepts the governor's recommendations.
Page 75, House Bill 957.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
I move the governor's recommendation be accepted. And speaking to that,
The senator has the floor.
This has to do with people who are excluded from a dwelling unit due to condemnation, and the enrolled bill allowed the landlord to be liable to the tenant for actual damages and reasonable attorney fees. The governor's amendment removes reasonable attorney fees from the items for which the landlord would be liable.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Page 76, House Bill 967.
Hi. Senator Boysko, the senator from Northern Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accept the governor's amendment to HB 967. Speaking to that briefly.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. This is exactly the same as SB 405 with the same amendment dealing with fee disclosures on rental agreements. And we just passed it unanimously, the Senate version, and move that we accept the House version as well.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate adopts the governor's recommendations.
Page 76, House Bill 992, only number 1 and number 2.
Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we adopt the governor's recommendations number 1 and 2. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Amendments 1 and 2 are technical in nature. The intent of the bill was to ensure that our local services departments work hand in hand with our local workforce development boards. The governor's amendment clarifies that intent, and for that reason, I think the amendments are worthy of adoption. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. That is items 1 and 2. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations on items 1 and 2 are agreed to.
Page 78, House Bill 1062.
Senator Subramaniam, the senior senator from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I ask that we accept the governor's amendments. Speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just like the SB 271 that I presented earlier, this bill, this amendment takes out the language about battery storage and standby charges, and we're willing to move forward with what we have already in the rest of the bill. So I hope we pass this amendment.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations on the bill? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Page 78, House Bill 1069.
Senator Dees, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that the governor's recommendations be agreed to, and I'll speak to that, please.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this bill is a cognate to Senate Bill 550, which we and the amendments to that bill were identical to these amendments, and we agreed to them just a little bit ago, 39-1. I reiterate my motion that they be agreed to.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations on the bill? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Page 81, House Bill 1157.
Senator Boysko, the senator from Northern Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accept the governor's amendments.
And would you like to explain? Senator has the floor.
Yes, ma'am. I am trying to acquaint myself with the bill. This is a bill that deals with federally recognized tribal nations in the Commonwealth and allows them to look at potential impacts, environment, and culture and historic resources. Thank you. It directs the Secretary of the Commonwealth to designate an ombudsman for tribal consultation and facilitates communication and consultation with the recognized tribal nations. The governor's actions remove the requirement that permits issued by Department of the Historic Resources for the archaeological excavation of human remains that have consent of the tribal nations if it disturbs a burial site of the individuals that has a cultural affiliation. It requires instead that the department consult and seek consensus with such federally recognized tribal nation in the Commonwealth in the consideration and drafting of the permit document. And the Second Amendment clarifies that the regulations issued by the various state agencies impacted by the bill provide that when in consultation with the federally recognized tribal nation in the Commonwealth has been or is being conducted pursuant to federal law for particular undertaking the Commonwealth is already involved in such consultation shall suffice meeting its requirement. And I move that we accept the amendments.
The question is, shall the Senate accept the amendments on the House bill from the governor? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 39, no 0, Rule 36-1. The governor's amendments are adopted.
Page 82, House Bill 1272.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the governor's recommendation be accepted. And speaking to that,
The senator has the floor.
this has to do with the Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act copies of rental agreements for the tenant. The enrolled bill provided that the tenant would be entitled to free copy of the agreement or copies, and the enrolled bill prohibits the landlord from charging a tenant for any additional copies, but the governor's amendment only prohibited the landlord from charging a tenant for additional electronic copies of the electronic agreement. In other words, they wouldn't get unlimited paper copies.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
Page 83, House Bill 1397.
Again, Senator Eben.
Move that we accept the governor's recommendations. And speaking to that motion,
The senator may continue.
this is the Manufactured Home Lot Rental Act bill dealing with relocation expenses and notice of sale and first refusal. The governor removed a lot of the bill, but does allow in his amendments those that pertain to relocation expenses when your home lot is sold from under you, that you would get those relocation expenses. So that's what remains of the bill.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Page 84, House Bill 1404.
Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you. I move the governor's amendments or recommendations be agreed to. And speaking to that,
The senator has the floor.
the governor's recommendations or amendments adds a reenactment clause to the enrolled bill, which replaces provisions relating to the delayed effective dates of certain provisions of the enrolled bill. The amendments also additionally require requires that the Department of General Services, in coordination with other interested agencies, convene a work group to review and report to the governor and the General Assembly on the issues presented by the bill, which creates a Department of Procurement Enhancement Program and requires a disparity study report. And with that, again, I move that the governor's recommendations be agreed to.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Page 84, House Bill 1415.
Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's recommendations to House Bill 1415 be agreed to. And speaking to the motion,
The senator has the floor.
thank you, Madam President. What the governor's amendments do is provide that the civil penalty shall not exceed twice the market value of the raised or demolished structure. As you might recall, this is a bill that enables local governments to adopt an ordinance and apply civil penalties, in which case where you have an historic structure designated, it allows those penalties to be applied should that building be moved or destroyed. And so what the governor's amendment does is provide twice the cap, so 2 times the value. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall House Bill 415, the governor's recommendations thereto, be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's amendments are adopted.
Page 85, House Bill 1491.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
President, I yield to the senior senator from Fairfax.
Senator Marsden, the senior senator from Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask that we agree with the governor's amendments to House Bill 1491. And speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We just voted out of here the Dominion version of this bill that provides whose amendments provided relief to ratepayers for the development of small nuclear reactors. But this one is for the APCO district. The governor's amendments to provide relief for ratepayers was handled differently. Instead of a monthly average that it couldn't exceed for the average ratepayer, which is in the Dominion bill, this limited yearly costs to $25 million. It improves the bill greatly. We passed this bill out of the Senate. It makes it better for ratepayers, and I would ask that, again, we adopt the governor's amendments.
The question is, shall the governor's amendments be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
Ayes 26, noes 14. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Page 85, House Bill 1505.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the governor's recommendations for House Bill 1505 be agreed to. And speaking briefly to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. HB 1505 is the bill that is focused on our student athletes at colleges and universities. And if we may recall, this bill made several changes to the existing provisions of law that related to the compensation of student athletes at our public or private institutions of higher education for the use of name, image, or likeness. So this is the NIL bill. The conference report that emerged from both chambers with the significant majorities had a delayed enactment saying that the legislation would not go into effect until November 15 of 2024. The governor's amendment removes that delayed enactment clause and it removes the delayed enactment and thereby allows the bill to go into effect in due course. And so it strikes that language from the legislation. That's the extent of the amendment. I renew my motion that we agree with the governor's recommendations.
The question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Page 86, House Bill 1519.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the governor's recommendation to the bill be accepted. And speaking to those recommendations.
The senator has the floor.
This has to do with the fee for electronic fund transfers. The governor's amendment adds a reenactment clause to the bill, but directs the State Corporation Commission to assess the enrolled bill in the interim and report its findings to the General Assembly.
The question is, shall the Senate agree to the governor's recommendations? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate agrees to the governor's recommendations. Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move to waive reading in the House communication.
The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All those in favor of waiving the reading will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is indeed waived. Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we suspend the rules, discharge the Committee on Rules, waive the second reading, and take up House Joint Resolution 428 for immediate consideration.
The question is, shall the Senate suspend the rules, discharge the Committee on Rules, waive the second reading, and take up House Joint Resolution 428 for immediate consideration? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended. The Committee on Rules is discharged. The second reading is waived, and House Joint Resolution 428 is before us for immediate consideration. Senator Locke.
Madam President, I move that House Joint Resolution 428 be agreed to, and speaking to that.
Actually, I'm sorry, I moved a little quickly. The clerk. Madam Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 428, applying to the governor to call a special session and establishing a scheduled conduct of business.
Now, Senator Locke.
Again, I move that House Joint Resolution number 428 be agreed to. And speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
As indicated by the clerk, this resolution calls for a special session that will convene on May 13, as indicated in the resolution, and the purpose of this special session would be to address a budget bill.
The question is, shall the Senate agree to House Joint Resolution 428? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate agrees to House Joint Resolution 428. Pray tell, is there any other business to come before the Senate? The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surreville.
Madam Clerk, inquiry the clerk, does that complete today's calendar?
I can see if I can find some more.
That's all right.
But it does complete the calendar.
Excellent. Thank you.
Senator Marsden, the senator from...
Thank you.
The senior senator from
Thank
Fairfax.
you, Madam President. I was inquiring about House Bill 1157. I believe I was supposed to address that, and I haven't heard it called.
We did it.
It was in the block? Oh, it didn't indicate that. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I rise for a very brief point of personal privilege, if I could.
The senator may say on.
On the 19th of March, Stuart Gamage died. Stuart was a giant among us. She worked for governors of both parties. She held positions on Capitol Hill in Washington for a number of years. She held important positions at two of our fine institutions of public learning. She was a person that if you wanted something done, you called Stuart. She got it done. She provided a wonderful role model and stewardship for young people, young women in particular, but young people of both genders throughout her life. And her service was held in Alexandria earlier this month. It was kind of a who's who of the survivors of the late 70s, early 80s political scene. There was something in the program there or in the bulletin that I wanted to read because I think it's something that probably ought to be in the heart of each one of us. I'm only going to read part of it. It was a prayer that allegedly Eleanor Roosevelt said every night. And parts of it I'm going to read. "O Father, who hast set a restlessness in our hearts and made us all seekers after that which we can never fully find, forbid us to be satisfied with what we make of life. Draw us from base content and set our eyes on far-off goals. Keep us at tasks too hard for us, that we may be driven to thee for strength. Deliver us from fretfulness and self-pity. Make us sure of the goal we cannot see and of the hidden good in this world. Open our eyes to simple beauty all around us. Save us from ourselves and show us a vision of a world made new. Madam President, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in honor and memory of Stuart Gamage.
I thank the senator. Just a quick reminder that during points of personal privileges, it is the rule and tradition of the Senate that all remain in their seats. Senator Pete, the senator from Lynchburg.
Madam President, I rise for the purposes of a brief announcement.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm rising to speak on behalf of the Virginia Public Access Project, VPAP. As you know, Republicans and Democrats both rely heavily on VPAP. How else are you going to find out who is giving money to your political opponent without VPAP? And we all have to use it for that. They are bipartisan. And thank goodness we're now being called back to special session on May 13th, but on May 16th, VPAP is having its annual luncheon, and it is their major fundraiser of the year, and approximately 20% of their income is raised to that. All legislators are invited. It is free of charge to all legislators. It would be appreciated if we were to donate something to their Sunshine Fund. Mr. Speaker of the House, Don Scott, is going to be one of the featured guests, and I am going to be the Republican sacrificial lamb to Mr. Speaker Don Scott at that luncheon event. There's an opportunity to skewer anyone that you want to skewer. That side or this side, please share those comments with me before we get there. But I hope you will all, since we're going to hopefully be here anyway, maybe for a couple of weeks in May, plan on coming to that lunch. What looks? Thursday, May 16th at noon. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Hearing none. Chair calls on Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn, sine die, and that in so doing, we do so in memory and honor of Stuart Gamage.
As many as are in favor of the motion to adjourn, sine die, in honor and memory of Stuart Gamage, will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate does now stand adjourned, sine die.